Hey there, Darkstar here. I was thinking today I would run through the bush pilot training courses. Looks like there's some new ones up that I hadn't done before, and I'll try and get better grades on some of these other ones. So I'm just gonna run through in order. I didn't know there was a float version of the X Cub. Okay, so looks like just take off. Are we actually going to be on the floats though, I wonder? We are. Guess it's not a tail dragger anymore.
Now it's time for something more wild and challenging than just a run-of-the-mill takeoff. Not all runways are long, flat, and clear of debris. Let's try taking to the sky from a more rugged surface. It's a little more difficult to keep straight during the takeoff roll on a loose surface such as gravel, as you lose some steering control. This runway is shorter than one you'd find at a larger airport, so we need to modify the takeoff technique to get off the ground and climb as quickly as possible. First, apply the brakes and hold them so that we don't roll forward until we're ready to go.
Okay, let's double check our settings, make sure we have the right controls set up. I don't even know which ones I want on this one. It's a constant speed prop, so probably actually maybe this one would be okay. If I have prop RPM, I use the rotary axis for that. And then this one shouldn't matter. We probably won't be using it, but yeah, that's probably okay. Okay. So hold the brakes. I don't know what it wants me to do here.
With the brakes applied, go ahead and increase power to full throttle.
Why is my throttle not working at all?
Go ahead and set full throttle.
I really don't want to use the keys. There we go.
Excellent. The engine instruments are all in the green. Now, release the brakes and we'll get going.
Did it kill my engine? What?
Maintain full throttle. Go ahead and release the brakes.
Oh. Okay. We are gonna have to change it.
You should have kept the throttle at full power.
Can we just restart?
Now it's time for something more wild and challenging than just a run-of-the-mill takeoff. Not all runways are long, flat, and clear of debris. Let's try taking to the sky from a more rugged surface. It's a little more difficult to keep straight during the takeoff roll on a loose surface such as gravel, as you lose some steering control.
Okay.
With the brakes applied, go ahead and increase power to full throttle. This runway is shorter than one you'd find at a larger airport, so we need to modify the takeoff technique to get off the ground. Excellent. The engine instruments are all in the green. Now, release the brakes and we'll get going.
I did.
release the brakes. Rotate at 40 knots. Now smoothly raise the nose to 15 degrees. Now that we're safely off the ground, go ahead and retract the landing gear.
I think I did.
Maintain a 15 degrees, nose-up attitude to hold a climbing airspeed of 68 knots. Now retract the flaps to improve our climb rate. Pull the nose up a little more for a good climb rate. Great. Now keep on climbing straight ahead. Great. That's the short field takeoff in a nutshell.
I guess I could have climbed better. We got an A though. Oh, it goes on to the next one. Okay, we got short field landing.
Now that you've taken off from a gravel runway, let's try landing on one. For this short field landing, the terrain dictates that we need to approach at an angle.
For water landing.
Start by deploying the landing gear and get ready for our approach.
Gears up for water landing.
Short runways require an early touchdown and full flaps to minimize our rollout, so we don't run out of runway.
Gears down for runway landing.
Next, fully extend the flaps.
Gears down for runway landing.
Okay,
Great.
flaps are down.
Aim for an approach speed of 55 knots.
Oh, I'm a little slow.
Gears
Don't go
down
too
for
slow.
runway landing.
Aim for 55 knots.
Gears down for runway.
Aim close to the beginning of the runway, so we have the longest roll possible, but be careful not to undershoot it.
Gears down for runway landing.
Cut the power just before touching down for a nice,
Gears down
smooth
for runway
landing.
landing.
Once we touch down, apply the brakes to bring us to a stop.
Gears down
You
for
got too
runway
slow before landing.
landing. Gears down for runway landing. Gears down for runway landing. Gears down for runway landing.
Okay.
Gears down for runway landing. Gears down for runway landing.
I'm assuming we're gonna come in
Gears down
here.
for runway landing. Gears down 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 for runway landing.
We'll see how much it
Gears
dings
down
us
for
for
runway landing.
underspeed.
Gears down for runway landing. Gears down for runway landing. Gears down for runway landing.
That
Gears
was
down
hard.
for runway landing.
Ooh.
Gears down for runway landing. Gears down for runway.
You nailed the landing. The procedure is more challenging than at a larger airport, but being able to land on short and unimproved runways like this one opens up more possibilities for your adventures.
Gears down for runway landing.
I don't feel like we deserve that one, but we'll go on to the next one. Updrafts, increase lift. Okay, learn to take advantage of nature and soar like an eagle. So what little I know is the wing that gets lifted, you want to turn into it if you want to catch the wind, but
Mountain flying has its own set of hazards and requires its own set of specialized skills. Mountainous terrain, especially at high altitude, often creates dangerous turbulence, even when conditions appear dead calm. Fly on the right-hand side of the valley ahead, maintaining 2,000 feet altitude and 100 knots airspeed. Keep a speed of about 100 knots. Air flows over mountains like water does over rocks, conforming to the topography both on the upside and the downside. Air forced up the side of a mountain by wind creates updrafts, often unpredictable ones. Let's ride this wave of rising air and soar along these ridges like eagles. With the wind out of our left-hand side, fly just above the right side edge of the valley to ride the updraft.
Am I supposed to main 2,000 feet, or am I supposed to ride the updraft? Which is it?
Now that we're flying alongside the valley wall, you'll start to feel the aircraft want to gain altitude. Don't get too close to the terrain. Maintaining altitude needs a slightly lower pitch attitude than usual. We're now ridge soaring like an eagle. Turbulence often comes with updrafts, so prepare for the going to get a little rough. Try to stay in the rising air to get a good feel for it. Don't get too close to the terrain. Try to keep a speed of about 100 knots.
Let myself get a little low there.
As we reach the gap in the mountain wall on our right side, the updraft will level off and then ramp up again when we reach the other side of the gap.
I'm not really feeling much of anything.
Well done, but there's room for improvement.
We did not get an A. Let's try again.
Mountain flying has its own set of hazards and requires its own set of specialized skills. Mountainous terrain, especially at high altitude, often creates dangerous turbulence, even when conditions appear dead calm. Fly on the right-hand side of the valley ahead, maintaining 2,000 feet altitude and 100 knots airspeed. Air flows over mountains like water does over rocks, conforming to the topography both on the upside and the downside. Air forced up the side of a mountain by wind creates updrafts, often unpredictable ones. Let's ride this wave of rising air and soar along these ridges like eagles. With the wind out of our left-hand side, fly just above the right side edge of the valley to ride the updraft.
Let's use the autopilot.
Now that we're flying alongside the valley wall, you'll start to feel the aircraft want to gain altitude. Maintaining altitude needs a slightly lower pitch attitude than usual. We're now ridge soaring like an eagle. Turbulence often comes with updrafts, so prepare for the going to get a little rough.
Then why did we start descending?
Try to stay in the rising air to get a good feel for it.
Trying to manage my speed and altitude a little better this time.
As we reach the gap in the mountain wall on our right side, the updraft will level off and then ramp up again when we reach the other side of the gap. You got in the hang of riding updrafts. Next we'll train in air with downdrafts, which is far more dangerous.
'81, come on. Well, at least we got an A.
You've seen how updrafts help with lift as you soar along a ridge. Aim for 2,000 feet, this time keeping over to the left side of the valley, putting us on the downwind side of the mountains. The opposite of an updraft is a downdraft, where it spills over a mountain or a ridge and descends down this backside slope. Keep over to the left side, and you'll feel how you need to fight to maintain altitude.
Well, I'm climbing like a crazy person right now, so not sure their theory holds. There we go.
You'll find it difficult to maintain altitude in a downdraft, so keep a high power setting and watch the altimeter and be ready to work the controls, especially the elevator. If it gets too much, make a gentle turn to the right towards the middle of the valley. This will take you out of the downdraft. Wow, great job. Now that you've experienced a downdraft, you'll know how to react the next time you encounter one while flying in the mountains.
Those were pretty mild, really. I didn't... Okay, water takeoff.
The X-Cub isn't limited to hard surfaces. We can experience the glorious Alaskan landscape all the more with our water-going capabilities. To get started, let's look at a basic water takeoff. It's much more difficult to accelerate when in water, so you want to get as much lift as possible as quickly as you can. To reduce our takeoff run, use the second notch of flaps. Set the flaps to their second notch position.
I already did. Oh, okay.
All right, we have the water rudder retracted and the gear is up. Go ahead and increase RPM, lever to 100%. Now give it full throttle to get us moving. Use the rudder to aim for the gap between the island up ahead and the shoreline.
I thought we pulled the rudder up.
Lift the nose, just a little after 38 knots to get airborne. That's it. Now reduce the flaps to their first notch position. Now we can retract the flaps completely. Good. Keep us climbing straight ahead, aiming for about 68 knots to get the best climb rate.
Oops.
Adjust your pitch to get 68 knots airspeed. Fantastic. Once you nail water landings, you can really start to expand your horizons.
I don't know if it's gonna ding us on the 68 knot thing. Forgot about that. Let's see, climb, okay. Oh, we got an A, we're good. Water landing.
Bush flying brings a number of great, do anything, go anywhere possibilities. We're going to land on the lake up ahead, so let's start getting ready. Bring the throttle all the way back to idle. Maintain your attitude and let the speed drop below 70 knots. Great. Now extend the flaps to their first notch position.
Gears up for water landing. Gears up for water landing. Gears up for water.
Now extend the flaps to their second notch position.
Gears up for water landing. Gears up for water landing.
Great. Now keep the power low and aim for 50 to 60 knots. A little movement of the water is helpful as super calm conditions make it harder to judge our height. Now we simply come in a lot like a runway landing, keeping our speed nice and low and touching down with a minimum descent rate.
Gears up for water landing.
Aim for a nice smooth touchdown in the center of the lake.
Gears up for water landing. 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 Gears up for water landing.
Once on the water, the aircraft will slow hydrodynamically.
Gears up for water landing. 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 Gears up for water landing.
Fantastic. Water landings open up a ton of new possibilities.
Gears up for...
Alright, bush flying test. But what you've learned in the test, and embark on a short flight. Then Wallach to Dogfish Bay, where you'll land on a short grass runway. So here we'll want gear down, and I'm guessing here we're starting in the water.
Now that we've been through the basics, let's put your bush flying skills to the test. We're going to take a short trip through the mountains to Dogfish Bay. Get set up for a water takeoff.
Okay, one thing I want to see real quick is... Okay, I have the rudders here.
You didn't get the airplane set up correctly for a water takeoff.
Oh. Let's see. On one of these I have a water rudder. Water rudder. Which one was it? There. That's the one I want. Does this have a condition lever? Nope. Okay. Let's restart.
Now that we've been through the basics, let's put your bush flying skills to the test. We're going to take a short trip through the mountains to Dogfish Bay. Get set up for a water takeoff. Great. Now get us airborne. Keep the flaps extended.
Wow. Okay, and we want 68 knots, I believe.
Now bring in the flaps and keep us climbing to an altitude of 1,500 feet.
Gears up for water landing. Gears up for
That's too
water
steep.
landing. Gears up for water landing.
There we go. My elevators are way too sensitive for this plane. I can barely move it.
Maintain an altitude of 1,500 feet and head over to the valley
Oops.
up ahead.
The Valley of Plenty.
Turn to the right here and maneuver through the valley. The wind is now coming from our left, so decide which side of the valley to fly over to avoid downdrafts.
Coming from our left now, or after we turn into the valley?
Keep an eye on your altitude. We want to stay at 1,500 feet. You didn't maintain 1,500 feet.
Oops. I could cheat and use the autopilot. If I don't score well, I think I'll try again, but I'll lower the sensitivity on my elevator here. Aileron seems okay. I don't know what it's going to want us to do now, though.
Dogfish Bay is just ahead. When bush flying, it is always wise to do a flyover of a landing site first to check the conditions of the strip.
Oh, crap.
Start a gradual descent, and we'll fly past the runway to take a look. The runway looks good to me. Reduce speed to under 70 knots and descend to under 1,000 feet to prepare for approach. Deploy the first stage of flaps.
Gears up for water landing.
This landing will be on a short, grass runway. Lower the landing gear.
I'm on it.
Extend the landing gear.
I think I did.
Finally, deploy the second notch of flaps and prepare for landing. Watch your speed. It's getting a little high.
Down for runway landing. Gears down for runway landing. Gears down
Oh,
for
no.
runway landing.
Oh, crud.
Gears down for runway landing. Gears down for runway landing.
I don't know what it
Gears
thinks it's
down for
doing
runway
there.
landing. Gears down for runway landing. Gears down for runway landing. Gears down for runway landing.
I have
Gears
no idea
down
what
for
I'm supposed
runway
to be
landing.
doing here.
Gears down for runway landing. 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 Gears down for runway landing.
Is this the runway? I do not know. Or did the runway run the other way? That doesn't look like a runway.
Gears down for runway landing. Gears down for runway landing. Gears down for runway landing. Gears down for runway landing.
Okay, I think it runs that way.
Gears down for runway landing. 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 Gears down for runway landing.
Watch your speed. It's getting a little high.
Yes, it was a lot high, actually.
You got too fast before landing.
Gears down for runway landing. Gears down for runway landing. Gears down for runway landing. Gears down for runway landing. Gears down for runway landing. Gears down for runway landing.
Oh, that is annoying.
Well
Gears
done.
down for runway
Now you can
landing.
proceed with confidence in your new abilities.
Gears down for runway landing.
Not sure I would call that confidence, but okay. What'd we get? Well, we still got an A. Doesn't really feel like we should have. But we'll proceed for now. I think that's the last one, probably. Oh yay, we got all A's. Probably take that one again just to get a little bit more practice at it. I was deceived by where I thought the runway was. Let's see. Let's just go ahead and take that one more time. Not being able to look without it completely resetting my view makes it a little difficult. Let's see if my head tracker's charged enough to make one run here. Okay.
Now that we've been through the basics, let's put your bush flying skills to the test.
Why is it
We're going to
not
take a
looking
short
the
trip
right
through the
way?
mountains to Dogfish Bay.
There we go.
Get set up for a water takeoff. Great. Now get us airborne.
I might be wrong, but I don't think you just throw an airplane into full throttle. I think you get going a little bit first.
Now bring in the flaps and keep us climbing to an altitude of 1,500 feet.
And more climb, more climb. Oh, I didn't do what I said I was gonna do. Hold on. Just do elevator. Much better. Now I can actually move the elevator a little bit. And we're going way too fast. And sorry, I'm going to have to pause again because I think I need to change my settings on this as well. Remember how to do it. Smooth, there we go. Okay, that's a little better.
Maintain an altitude of 1,500 feet and head over to the valley up ahead.
Move the word so I can see my frickin' altitude. Ah. I think I was hitting a little too high there. Oh, did we just enter the valley?
Turn to the right here and maneuver through the valley. The wind is now coming from our left, so decide which side of the valley to fly over to avoid downdrafts.
Okay, so I want to fly on the right side of the valley, I guess. Then I'm going to hit updrafts, which is maybe preferable, but and of course we don't want to hit the terrain there. That is so much easier now that my pitch is not super sensitive. I mean, I still have a lot of pitch control, it's just not as sensitive. That was just barely moving the control as it was.
Dogfish Bay is just ahead. When bush flying, it is always wise to do a flyover of a landing site first to check the conditions of the strip. Start a gradual descent, and we'll fly past the runway to take a look.
Okay, now I can see the runway there.
The runway looks good to me. Reduce speed to under 70 knots and descend to under 1,000 feet to prepare for approach.
Okay, there's our 70.
Deploy the first stage of flaps. This landing will be on a short, grass runway. Lower the landing gear.
Gears up for water landing. Gears up for water landing. Gears
Extend
up
the
for
landing
water
gear.
I did, it takes a while.
Gears down for runway landing.
Finally, deploy the second notch of flaps and prepare for landing.
What?
Gears down for runway landing. Gears down for runway landing.
What was it not happy about? Well, maybe I won't do it again. It's gonna be all buggy. Let's see what else might be new in training. Let's see what else might be new in training. Let's see what else might be new in training. Let's see what else might be new in training. Let's see what else might be new in training. Let's see what else might be new in training. Let's see what else might be new in training. Let's see what else might be new in training. Let's see what else might be new in training. Let's see what else might be new in training. Let's see what else might be new in training. Let's see what else might be new in training. Let's see what else might be new in training. Let's see what else might be new in training. Let's see what else might be new in training. Let's see what else might be new in training. Let's see what else might be new in training. Let's see what else might be new in training. Let's see what else might be new in training. Let's see what else might be new in training. Let's see what else might be new in training. Let's see what else might be new in training. Let's see what else might be new in training. Let's see what else might be new in training. This is gliding. I don't really want to do gliding. Helicopters. IFR. We could do IFR. Let's try some helicopters. Let's see what's new here. Oh, there's a bunch. Well, let's just start at the top here. Basic handling. Okay. There's no new ones there. Takeoff and landing is not new. VFR now, nothing new. IFR I think is completely new. So I'll come back and do that one. Let's do helicopters real quick. Let's see if we can do better than a C. Probably not.
Here we are,
Whoa.
flying along the Grezavauden Valley in the French Alps. Look
It
around
needs to
while I'm
give you some
piloting.
warnings.
On your left-hand side, you can see the Belladon mountain range. And on your right-hand side there are the Chartreuse Mountains.
Okay. You really want to make me use the shift keys.
Beautiful, aren't they? On the count of 3, I will give you control of the helicopter. Prepare to slightly push cyclic forward to maintain the correct attitude.
Slightly.
3,
But
2, 1. It's yours now.
you're not really going to make
Using
me
the
use
cyclic,
keyboards.
keep the helicopter in a straight and level flight along the Isar River you can see below. I will take care of the collective control and maintaining the altitude, so you can focus on our speed and ground track. Reach cruise speed of 80 knots. Push the cyclic to speed up, or pull the cyclic to slow down. Now try to maintain 80 knots through all maneuvers.
Okay. There's 80.
To maintain the same speed, try to remember the position of the horizon line and maintain it visually in the same place. That will make sure you are flying with the same speed. Keep flying straight until the river begins curving to the right. See how you always need to keep the cyclic deflected to maintain the same attitude? After you've found a proper cyclic position, use the cyclic's trim to release static forces. Feels better now, right?
I mean, you say so.
Here we are. Let's try some turns now. You see the river is turning right? Try to fly above the river and turn right together with its curve.
While pitching for 80 knots.
There you are. Now, make a sharp left turn following the river line. But this time, try to make the turn coordinated. Don't forget to use pedals to avoid any slip and skid, just like in airplanes.
Oops, got too slow.
Now you see how little pressure on the controls you need to control a helicopter.
And that text is in the worst possible place in
Let's do
every
something you
mission.
never do in airplanes. Let's bring our airspeed to 0 knots. Gently pull the cyclic back until you reach 0 knots. This is called hovering out of ground effect. Feels interesting for airplane pilots, doesn't it? Keep the cyclic back to maintain 0 knots airspeed. Now, try to use your trim to move the neutral position of your cyclic. You can trim the helicopter when you hover, when you climb, or when you are in cruise. This releases the forces on the stick and lets you better feel the controls. Nice. But just when you thought flying helicopters is all easy, I want to admit that currently I'm helping you stabilize our helicopter.
Yeah, I know.
You see, since we slowed down, the airflow over the tail is not enough to counteract the helicopter's rotating tendencies anymore. So I keep pushing the right pedal and adjusting our cyclic a little to stabilize our flight. Let me show you what happens when I stop helping you. Okay, I am assisting you again. Don't let these rotating tendencies scare you. It is a fun challenge, and you will master it in no time during our next trainings. You are really good with maintaining the correct speed and making turns. See you in our hovering tutorials.
Let's see. I'm gonna skip the hovering tutorials. Maybe when I get rudder pedals.
Beautiful morning at the Lou Versout Airport today.
Whoa.
Perfect for our takeoff and climb lesson. Before
Yes, it
taking off
is.
to a hover, always check that all gauges are green and we have enough fuel.
Now what do we get for that? Look at the gauges. You're really gonna...
As you can see, we have half a tank, which is more than enough for our training. Ready to go? I'm not helping you today, so it's all you. Gently raise the collective and get light on the skids. Correct yaw and drift, and then proceed to a 2-foot hover.
Now you get to see how terrible I am at this. I think I actually killed well, it wasn't me. It started in that way.
Beautiful morning at the Lou Versout Airport today. Perfect for our takeoff and climb lesson. Before taking off to a hover, always check that all gauges are green and we have enough fuel. As you can see, we have half a tank, which is more than enough for our training. Ready to go? I'm not helping you today, so it's all you. Gently raise the collective and get light on the skids. Correct yaw and drift, and then proceed to a 2-foot hover.
Not sure I understand what's going on. It sounds like the engine's stopping again. Like that's full throttle. Weird. I had to restart it. Okay, light on the skids. I'm guessing we want to taxi over to there. Oh, maybe we're supposed to reach 2 foot out.
Stabilize your hover over the parking area and maintain an altitude between 2 and 8 feet, just like in our hovering training.
Okay. But not 2 to 8 feet. I feel like I'm 2 to 8 feet off the ground. Maybe I'm not over the parking area? There we go. Come on.
Good. Now follow a taxi line toward the helipad, but stop before the intersection with the taxiway.
Relax the death grip on the cyclic. And reduce collective as you move forward. External view, see how we're doing. I love how they put the taxiway right next to a building when you're in a helicopter. Like, I don't think you would do that with a student.
Stop before crossing the taxiway to check for traffic. Look right to make sure there is no aircraft on the taxiway.
No, I'm not looking anywhere.
Look left to make sure there is no traffic on the approach. Now you can taxi to the center of the helipad.
Oh yeah, they added helipad. Like it used to be taxi to the runway and take off.
We will take off along the runway, but which direction? Left or right?
Right.
Look around, find a windsock, and check the wind direction. We always prefer to take off with a headwind. See now, turn your nose against the wind, parallel with the 04 runway. We'll be taking off in this direction over the grass. Make sure there are no other aircraft on the taxiways that we're going to cross. And we are ready to go. Start moving forward slowly. Keep your altitude under 10 feet until you reach 45 knots airspeed. Maintain the heading. Notice that the faster you are, the less right pedal you need to keep your heading.
Cannot see my speed.
Now, gently rotate, reach, and then maintain 50 knots at all times in the climb. Maintain 50 knots airspeed, and raise the collective for a more effective climb, but don't exceed 100% of available power. Turn right while still climbing. Your task is to reach 1,000 feet above sea level, and then make a right turn along the crosswind leg of the pattern. Typical traffic pattern altitude for helicopters is 500 feet above the ground, which is 1,200 feet here at this airport. Standard helicopter traffic pattern is right, in order to not intersect with the left traffic pattern of airplanes.
Your text is in my way, man.
Not a bad attempt, but I would suggest trying again, and remember to always stay out of the danger zone of the height to velocity diagram.
Height to velocity diagram. Oof. Okay. I might need a human to instruct me on that. Knots, constant approach angle, 25 knots, begin raising collective, arrive to a 2-foot hover. Oh, dang it.
Hi there. I am controlling the helicopter now.
Are you?
And we are approaching the right downwind leg of Grenoble-Versailles traffic pattern. Prepare to take control of the helicopter in 3, 2, 1, now. Good. Today we will perform an approach to a helipad. Maintain 70 knots airspeed and 1,200 feet altitude. This is 500 feet above the ground, which is a typical traffic pattern altitude for helicopters. Look right and find our helipad. When we are abeam the helipad, we'll start to slow down.
Okay. Roughly stable.
Passing the helipad on the right, start slowing down to 60 knots airspeed. You will have to reduce the collective a little to avoid climbing.
Yep. Eking the collective back and changing the pitch I can do a little bit. kind of more or less.
Turn right to the base leg. Keep your turns coordinated. Ball and yaw string should be centered. Slowly begin your descent. For a normal approach after our next turn to final, we want to be 1,000 feet MSL.
1,000 feet.
Now look around, check for traffic, and then make a right turn to final. Aim to arrive to the final leg at 1,000 feet altitude with 50 knots airspeed. See the helipad? Try to keep this angle of approach now. Start to gradually slow down. You have to coordinate your descent and speed and arrive at the helipad with your ground speed and descent reaching 0 at the same time. In the last phase, slowly raise the collective to overcome the loss of effective transactional lift and, in the end, inertia.
I always stop way too early, and then it's kind of hard to get back on track. Oh man, my hand is cramping. External view. Oh man, it's just cramping like crazy.
Here you are. Stabilize your hover over the helipad now.
Okay.
You can trim the helicopter when you hover, when you climb, or when you are in cruise. This releases the forces on the stick and lets you better feel the controls.
Too low? What the heck? Come on, isn't that like 2 to 8 feet? Over the helipad. I feel like I'm pretty well over the helipad here. Am I too high? Like it needs to give you better direction.
Good job. A little more practice and you will be a pro.
No,
I would recommend practicing making an approach to a hover a few more times before moving to the more advanced training.
Yeah, it's hard. They definitely improved these though. What do we got left? First solo flight, rapid deceleration, confined area. See, nothing new there. Nothing new there. So I think the big one's IFR navigation. Learn and manage your altitude without outside references. I think my little head trackers are letting me run it. Power on, that's good.
We're flying over the UK's Shetland Islands, just below a thick layer of clouds. Up until now, you've been able to look outside to judge the aircraft's attitude and location. What happens when you lose that outside view? That takes us into the world of instrument flight. When you can't use the horizon for reference due to clouds, darkness, or other hindrances to visibility, you'll need to rely on your airplane's instruments. When flying on instruments alone, you'll need to rely on your attitude indicator to see your pitch and roll information. Modern cockpits like this combine several instruments into one electronic display, called a primary flight display.
Okay.
Or PFD. Stay on heading 270, set full power, and climb up to 4,500 feet.
It's at 270, 4,500. While we're doing this, we don't need head tracking.
We're climbing up into the cloud layer. Notice how you're starting to lose your outside view. Instead of looking out the canopy, focus your attention on the cockpit instruments. You can maintain wings level using the attitude indicator. Continue climbing to 4,500 feet.
I'm working on it. 269, climbing 4,000, 600 feet per minute. Just letting the full power do its thing. I think I'm on full power. Yeah, it's working. Okay. Okay, 4-3.
Using the vertical sped indicator and the altimeter, level off at 4,500 feet, while continuing to maintain a heading of 270. Now fly straight and level at 4,500 feet, getting used to not having an outside horizon for reference. Okay, now keep us on this heading and take us down to 4,000 feet. Reduce power so that we can descend without gaining speed.
Well, we're gaining speed anyway. And we're getting off heading. Way up heading, wrong way. And bringing the power back in. get low. It hasn't gone green on reach 4,000 feet. I wonder if it's because I'm a little low. Okay, there we go. Come on. I noticed the flight path vector is slower than the vertical speed indicator. Or it's just a little wrong. Still hasn't said 4,000 feet. I feel like I'm right at 4,000 feet. Come on. Power reduction do you want here? There we go. Okay.
Great. Increase power again for cruise and keep us at 4,000 feet.
A little to the right. That's what it was. Didn't like how much I had reduced power.
Wow, great job. That's how things look and feel making altitude changes on instruments alone. You'll find it gets easier with experience. Next we'll introduce turns.
Oh boy. Wow. Nice. Maintain BOR basics, RNAV basics, ILS approach, IFR test. Let's try an ILS approach. Do we get to use the autopilot? I mean, with autopilot and synthetic vision, you're basically playing a flight simulator within a flight simulator.
So now you've got the basics of flying on instruments. Now we need to get back on the ground. The most common landing aid is the Instrument Landing System, or ILS for short. An ILS uses two directional radio signals, one for lateral guidance called a localizer and the other for vertical guidance called the glide slope. The localizer provides lateral guidance, which directs you onto the runway centerline. The glide slope provides the intended descent angle onto the runway. The localizer is displayed with the CDI, much like in the VOR lesson. Keep flying on a heading of 210 at 1,500 feet and we'll watch for the localizer to come alive. The localizer is moving now. Make a gentle turn to the right, intercepting the localizer and keeping the CDI in the middle.
How gentle of a turn. And in theory, we just go approach.
Good. Now keep the localizer bar centered and maintain 1,500 feet. The glide slope is displayed next to the altimeter on your PFD. If the green glide slope diamond is above center, you are below the glide path. We always start out below the glide slope, as we want to intercept the localizer first. We'll wait for the glide slope to start moving.
I know I'm cheating. You're supposed to fly it, not use the autopilot.
Here comes the glide slope. Maintain 1,500 feet until it almost reaches the center.
Glide slope is armed. Landing lights on, pitot heat on.
Here it comes. Now reduce power a little and start to descend, using the VSI to aim for 500 feet per minute.
Full rich.
Keep both the localizer and glide slope indications centered all the way down to the ground. Reduce speed and set flaps as needed as you make your way down the ILS.
Okay, ideally we would have our information up on here as well. That's weird, but why do I not have any? There we go. Okay, we're 3 miles out. We can slow way down.
We're approaching the runway.
2 miles.
This approach has an offset, meaning that the localizer and runway aren't lined up together exactly. Focus on following the ILS for now. We'll transition to a visual landing once we're closer to touchdown.
Not like
Make only
this
small
we will.
corrections and remember that each will be more critical as we approach touchdown.
Okay, let's get flaps down. Bring some power back in.
500.
But I think something's wrong with the position. I can't go any higher than this. Maybe I can with this. There we go. It doesn't look like that much of an offset.
Great, now is a good time to transition from flying on instruments to using visual cues to complete the landing. Get us down onto the runway and then come to a smooth stop. Wow, great job. Great work. Next we will combine what you've learned into an IFR test.
Yeah, great work using the autopilot. That would be a lot harder to fly. I'll come back to these. So that's cool. They've added a bunch of stuff in flight training at some point. I don't know when. These are always pretty hard. Ooh. Let's try this one. Oh, I'm terrible at these. Okay. There's the gate, there it is. Okay, and then a left. Up. Well, at least the ghost is guiding us for a change. Okay, left and then right. Hard. Too soon. And up and over, down. Costs us a lot of time. Now I do not know where to go. It says to the right. Right there. Oh, that's death. Oh, I made it somehow. Erg. get a position at all, huh? I wonder how high you have to place to get a number. Top 100 maybe? Oh, wrong one. Oh, looking too high up at those times and it's throwing my position off. What is the ghost anyway? I have no idea. Oh. Oh. Oh, I'm dead. I lost it. Was almost a decent run. Those turns there are difficult. I'd like to at least complete it without crashing. Takes a few passes to memorize. Again, aren't I? too high. Oh, give it to me, but now I crash. Let's restart. I wish you could put up the blue paths, so like fly through these things, even if like it's just a practice run and you don't get credit for it. It's so hard to remember the course. I also don't know if passing high or low or whatever, does it matter? Do you get... Okay, don't make the wrong turn again. So I want to be tight on the left here, and then make that right. That one right there? I think so. And up and over that ridge, and then we get into the hard part again. Slower this time, so I'm not going full throttle down here. I have no idea where to go here. Okay, there we go. Reducing some speed. Full throttle. Wow, where do I go? Barely. Maybe we'll rank. No? Do you have to get in the top 5 or something? Oh, those are tough then. I'm terrible at these. I can't memorize the way through. I haven't done really these. I tried to install this, but it's like it's telling me I don't have the right plane. I think that's because it was a 2021, and this is just an island tutorial flight. So I want to get some more. I want to get some of those, I think. Most of these, like, I wish it wasn't tied to a specific plane. Like, let me just fly to the waypoints and whatever I want. It's all stuff I'm not necessarily keen on flying. PC6 is kind of broken too. Let's go do a free flight. I haven't been to Brazil yet. What should we take? Helicopters aren't a bad choice for sightseeing, but they're a little slow. Could take one of the sporty little planes. I think I'll do a Vision Jet though. Let's change the time. I'm not even sure where the scenery is. What happened to Fly Now? That is a lot of heliports. Maybe I should have taken a... Did they break this? Like, it's just not working anymore. Weird. I mean, you used to select it and say fly now. There we go. I suppose we could have started in the air too. See if my poor little computer can handle this city.
Sao Paulo Tower, Dark Star Bravo Alpha Romeo 1014 at runway tree 5, left ready for departure. Straight out departure.
Flaps up. A lot of buildings. don't think this is... maybe where we were supposed to go. Let's see. Okay, let's try... Whoa. Weird. Yeah, my headset glitches out that direction. City looks pretty good. How long until you can go down into all of the buildings in the city too? I hate it when the plane goes into level mode. I don't know how to get it out. Which means I'm forever fighting it.
Sink rate. Sink rate. Sink rate. Sink rate.
Maybe you just, let's try autopilot. And then, what, heading mode? And vertical speed something. Where are we at? Yeah, that worked. Maybe that's all you need to do. Ouch. Very impressive. A lot of city sprawl. Let's see, what is our nearest airport that isn't tiny? RNA, ILS, I like that it tells you what it is. Let's pick that one. Direct to, activate, nav. And then, I guess it's SBGL. And we say, ILS-10, sure. Circle around here just a little bit. A little close and a little high to dive into the airport. happened? Oh, I didn't do nav. Now we need to switch source. So we're gonna have to steer a little bit. We'll do this again. We'll switch our nav source here. Now we want to do direct to activate nav. Could do auto land. Good. Hopefully we'll catch the localizer there. Would be kind of neat, maybe, I don't know, is an autopilot that acts more like a co-pilot. Like speaks, more or less. I wonder how reliably this thing actually lands itself in real life. In real conditions, of course. like there's a new Last of Us tonight.
500.
Over there does not look very good. Or a bespoke city. All chunky. Alright, so I was thinking about, I'm going to take a quick break and then maybe do some bush flights. What I wanted to do is fly up through New Zealand here. That is a helicopter pad, not an airport. So the other day I did a flight from here to here. It's pretty cool up in there. Thinking about hitting some of these other spots up along the lakes here. So let's set that as departure. Let's set this one as arrival. Whoa. That is in Brazil. No. Not where we are. There we go. That doesn't look like anywhere to land. Well, we can add it. Let's add to flight plan after, oh. That one maybe? Let's go clean this up anyway. Change to straight out. Change to straight in. Oh, there's an RNAV. We can do that. What is this place? Helicopter pad, I guess. Let's hit all of these places first. Some of these may not be places we can land at. We'll just have to see when we get there. That's definitely not a place to land. I'm going to skip that one. I think we'll have to come back and do these because so we'll fly up this way and then we'll figure out what we want to do. Some of these are going to be difficult. Some of these places are hard to get into. Okay. So let's switch this to a can't remember what I had. Do I want to use the Kodiak? I guess we could go with the Kodiak. Let's do the one with pontoons just in case. We want to do some water landings. Why did that change too? Okay, there we go. It lost our route. God dang thing. Why do you have to suck so bad? Come on. Just randomly changes your selections. was a helicopter one, so we're gonna skip that one. Okay, let's maybe change our plan then. As long as we're redoing it. Let's fly up to here, add flight plan after straight. NZGY T0 NZMF NZMJ NZQU QE 17. I don't think there were any places along here to really stop. Okay, this time we are going to save this. Okay, and I'll let that load and I'll be back in a few.
Manipuri traffic, Dark Star Bravo Alpha Romeo 1014, taking off runway 26, west departure, Manipuri traffic.
Empty. Let's try that again. I don't know why it's so weirdly offset here. Let's see if we can okay, then pitch down a little maybe. Okay. Enough for starters, I guess. Shrink this back down. I wonder. Oh, yeah, one thing I want to show here is if you go to enter route, you can actually just copy this and save it for later. Well, I remember what I wanted to do now. Okay, bye. Let's try putting that over there. See what happens. Fuel's on, harness locked. Okay, good, good. And it is loaded into our flight plan. A shot. The countryside here is amazing.
Gear is on. To the right here.
what's going on with flight sim lately, but you almost have to fly like this to fly straight. And there's no wind. Like, why is it propeller torque? The thing I notice is the rudder trim is way to the right. Maybe that's why. Oh, that's nicer. Okay. Yeah, I think that's part of what was going on. One thing weird is I see a giant body of water here, but not the same way here. There it is. Okay, that's a little body of water then. I gotched it. Let's try a little more smoothing. Or a lot more smoothing, maybe. That's too much smoothing. What happened? Hello. There we go. Might be a little too much smoothing, but we'll go with it for now. What I'm not sure to do is how to fly to where we're going. I could try to follow this. There's some ways through the mountains here, I think. Let's maybe try that first. Flaps up and gear up, I believe. So now I'm not sure if we should go straight ahead here. I think we should. And then turn left. Kind of just past that saddle right there. If anyone's flying and wants to join, you're welcome to. Easy enough to catch up in this game. Since you can just slew. Or meet at the next stop. I'm also on Discord on voice if you want to chat. I forgot to put on weather, I think. I think I got the wrong weather on. There we go. Some things a little more interesting, maybe. I think we actually want to go up this way. Or not, I don't know. This was not the way that I thought it was. So at some point we're probably going to have to climb over some mountains here. Or go the long way around. I think I want to just pop over the mountains. Probably right here is a good spot. then one more.
500.
So my thought was to try to stay VFR as much as possible without ruining the trip. I'm not turning around and going back or anything, but we'll try and stay out of the clouds. I think Mordor is just over that next hill. Power back a bit so we don't get over speed here. See the lake up ahead though. Still getting used to the head tracker. I have the, I forget what it's called, Elin clip. Something like that.
500.
Airport should be somewhere more or less dead ahead. I think I'm going to do airport flyovers before I try to land. This one's going to be a pretty big one. Looks kind of like it's at the end of a bay. We may not need to do a flyover on this one. Might be pretty easy to find. gonna stay to the left a little bit. And look at that, so pretty. So what is this one? November Zulu. Quebec, November. So I think it's at the end of this, and maybe it goes like in that direction a little bit. It's a little hard to tell. You know, one thing I want to do is just make sure we've got. Alright, I'm going to start slowing down. Don't have much wind to speak of. I see some Bessie or Patty lights up there. Patty or Pappy? I don't remember which one. Flaps coming in. According to this, we're low?
500.
I guess we want to not descend too much. There we go. Now we want to descend at about
water landing.
500.
Gear is up for water landing.
Nope, gear's coming down.
Gear is unsafe. Check gear.
Runway landing. Gear is down for runway landing. Runway landing. Gear is down for runway landing. Runway landing. Gear is down for runway landing.
So
runway landing.
Here.
Gear is down for runway landing. Runway landing. Gear is down for runway landing. Runway landing. Gear is down for runway landing.
Oh my goodness, it's so hard to click that.
Okay. 500.
Why am I drifting so far off? Okay, we got gear down, we got flaps down. It doesn't... For a 4-knot wind, that's a lot of drift, I feel like. Okay. Flaps up. Looks like we're gonna fly right past an A320 here. Oops, wrong way.
500.
I will give this plane credit for one thing. The trim is pretty fine-grained. Hold that for a sec. Okay, what I think I actually want to do here is go around. Wait, I didn't want to. Oh. Okay, autopilot off. I don't want to fly up and over these mountains, so I'm going to go around here. So we're just going to circle this mountain, fly back up the lake, and then the lake turns to the north, and we'll follow it up that way. I want to stay low for the scenery here. Prometheus 95% is. Is that maybe a ship? Yep, some kind of ship. If anyone wants to join in, feel free. But, just left November Zulu Quebec November, heading up to November Zulu Golf Yankee. Flying around New Zealand.
$500.
Let's go autopilot for a moment. You're gonna do something weird like that. Isn't it just supposed to hold the roll and pitch that I give it? Why are you rolling to the right? I'm rolled to the left, you roll to the right when I enable autopilot. That's gotta be some kind of bug. Alright, you can see the lake here turning to the north. I suppose we could go heading mode. Do that. And then altitude hold mode somewhere. There we go. Letting it fly for a bit so we can get our bearings here. Okay, so the next stop is on the right, up towards the end of the lake. There's like a pretty big island. And the runway runs right alongside the land. It is a relatively short grass runway. The islands. up here somewhere. So has anyone flown down in New Zealand before? This mountainous region seems to be like in the southwest. I'm just gonna guess that's where they did the Lord of the Rings filming. Alright, let's get set up here, start reducing our speed, full prop RPM, full mixture. Do want to be descending. I'm gonna get first notch of flaps in. Guessing it's dead ahead there? I'm not sure. Not, might need to do a go around. That's not it, is it? That could be it. Is that it? I think that is.
Right. 500.
There's a tree right in our way. A little crosswind here. A little power to help me. There we go. minute there I thought I was stuck in beta mode, but I'm not. It's just the grass. Whoa, what in the world? Well, that's not good. Hello. It shouldn't take full throttle to get the thing to barely move on the grass. I was having some problems like this the other day. And then it just shoots off, like there's like no resistance at all. We should probably take off the other way, actually. I should have just turned around. Stuck again. Okay. Flaps down.
Gear is unsafe. Check gear. Gear is water landing. Gear is up for water landing. 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 Water landing. Gear is up for water landing.
You're so annoying. Alright, let's actually go down here next. I do not know the way through the mountains, but there's a partial way down here. know which side of that I want to be on. I guess this side. Can't see. Yeah, okay. We may just have to climb over some mountains here. Where are we going here? Why did you go negative on me? Hoping that to the left here there's something of a saddle. I can't really tell. I don't have a good relief map except the one on my screen here. But yeah, it's coming up. Okay, good. No, I shouldn't have gone that way. Now which way? Let's try that water route up there. High enough we could climb over the mountains if we need to now. How we're gonna get to this next place, I have no idea. it's gonna be rough. Let's zoom out a little. Okay, well, instead of going around, I'm going to take that saddle straight ahead. Can definitely make that one. And then 1, 2 mountain ranges over, maybe? This is a very short runway, so we're gonna have to nail it, and you fly right into a mountain, so it's really hard to do a go around because you need to be so slow.
500.
Quad is what I can see. Okay, we need to come in from that direction. Oh. Unfortunately, it's somewhat clear of clouds up here. So we get to skim the tops of the mountains. How to get down in here. But I think I want to go down straight ahead. And then where that water is, I want to descend, turn left, and head up to that next stop. Is that here? I believe that is here. Alright, I've killed the power. I don't know how I'm going to descend and slow down. Like, we don't have long here. Here, get full flaps out. 108 is what we need to hit. There's full flaps, and then we can try and hold 108 as we descend. I'm scared. Gear down. Don't be right here, be up the valley just a little bit or something.
Runway landing, gear is down for runway landing. Runway landing, gear is down for runway landing. Runway landing, gear is down for runway landing. Runway landing, gear is down for runway landing.
Okay,
runway landing, gear is down for runway landing.
There we go.
500.
Runway landing, gear
500.
Is that it? That's not it. It's up the valley a little ways. Okay, good. So I definitely need to get things trimmed out and stable more. Can you imagine what?
Runway landing,
Who
gear
built
is
a
down
runway
for
up
runway
here?
landing. Runway landing, gear is down for runway landing. Runway landing, gear is down.
I am aware that the gear is down. Thank you. Remember when I said I wanted the autopilot to be more of a co-pilot and actually say things? I didn't mean incessantly. Okay. I'm going to set up a bit in the seat here. See it yet. I swear it's got to be right here. Is that it? That is it right there. Well, we found it anyway, or some semblance of it. Now, how do we get there? Like how?
500.
How is this possible? Oh my goodness. Okay, no. This is a go around. Hey.
500.
Uh-oh.
500.
Okay. I think I may have found the hardest airport to land at. It's not exactly wind, but like something is like sending my plane crazy. Okay.
500.
Lower that speed. The problem with low speed is danger speed. Okay. It is the Kodiak 100. And this is such a tiny... This can't possibly be a real runway. Like how? No, I'm way too fast, way too high. I was too fast to go full flaps. I was going 122, I need to get down to 108.
$500.
I've done this before. I've never landed here, I've taken off from here. Okay, let's try and get lower. Like the mountains really throw off your perspective as well, so you can't really tell what's pitch up, what's pitch down. Like I'm trying to watch the... Okay, there's full flaps. You've got this mountain right in front of you here. Like, that doesn't even look wide enough.
500.
And then you get the wind blowing you around right here. Okay, here we go.
Stall,
Oh, bounce
stall.
hard. We're dead.
Stall, 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 stall.
Nope. We have died. I can't even get here with the slew controls. pull up, pull up. Ah, that is a tough landing. Might need a smaller plane that can go slower. Might need to put out a fire. I don't think there's anything we can inspect to see how much damage. Too bad this doesn't work. Might be how we have to get out of here. So this plane doesn't like to restart. So I don't know what'll happen if I try to start it. It is Tango 004, Quentin Lodge. Not too bad to get out of here. You definitely want to take off this way. Because if you take off that way, you got a pretty rough turn to not hit the mountain. It's amazing here though, isn't it? When you first load in, if you haven't been in this biome, the trees have to load and everything, and it looks really weird. You gonna fly in? Yeah, SU2. If you want to jump on voice, I'm on the Discord. Because there's a lot of latency on the stream. I might have to despawn and spawn back in. No, SU2 is the beta. I'm on. It's T004. We're supposed to get the ITT below the green, I think, before we start. What? T004. Should be on technically. Quentin Lodge, but it's T004. Okay, and then oh, are you in 2020? Yeah, I don't know what it would be in 2020. But if anybody wants to spawn in, grab a drink, be right back. I'm not trying to be different or anything, I'm just messing around. Entertaining myself. Yeah, I don't want to do homework. Alright, if you're out, take care. Let's see if we can get out of here better than we got in. Oh dear.
Stall. Stall.
Oh, come on.
Stall. Stall.
Ooh, that was close.
$500.
A little bit of a heavy plane for such a short runway. Yeah, the landing is right. Well, if you get 2024, give it a shot. See if you can get in there. I think you might need like a small Cessna that can
500.
come in at lower speeds, maybe with skis. I want to look up some videos on YouTube and see if there's anybody flying in there in real life. This next one's relatively easy in comparison. Right now we have gear up. I don't know if I want to do a water landing here or a and on this little runway. Oh, that's cool. There's like a sailboat up here. There's our runway right there. Let's go ahead and get gear down. Troubles. So from here you can fly all the way out there to the ocean.
Runway landing, gear is... Runway landing, gear is down for runway landing. 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 Runway landing, gear is down for runway landing.
$500.
Down for runway landing.
Runway landing. Runway landing.
Yeah.
Gear is down for runway landing.
I got it. Click, please. learn how to do some terraforming and deleting of trees. Make my own runway entrances. Off the brake soon enough. Flaps up. I wish this would go away sooner. Thing again. That's the brakes are off. Parking brake, no parking brake. But it will not move. That's full throttle, it just barely moves. And then it shoots forward like crazy. Okay. This is a pretty neat little area. It's got that little sailboat over here. Oh. Got some kind of like visitor center and everything here. Looks like that boat crashed into that boat. That's pretty detailed. Probably nothing inside, right? Well, not nothing. All right, let's see if it will get it to taxi to the end. Here. I swear I know how to taxi. This thing is just broken. Let's taxi at high speed. Like, this is not just random scenery though. This has to be some airports that they put in. Both Quentin Lodge and this place as well. Oh. I'm going to be taking off with a substantial tailwind, it looks like. Okay.
Stall.
find our way through the mountains for the next leg. We can try. I wonder if that's somebody's like pet location. Like I think there used to be a developer or somebody who lived up in Cedar Park area, and there's a little place up there called Breakaway Park, and they had that in like an old version of Microsoft. Light Sim. I think pre-FSX even.
$500.
We need to climb. Like a lot. About 110 is our best climb, I believe.
500.
Not that way. Might be in trouble here.
500.
Looks wide enough to make a U-turn if we need to, but... Wow. I think the next ones are mostly along the coast. Don't think that's where we want to head down. That's too early. Should be a bigger body of water over that mountain there. The ocean.
$500.
reset my view. There we go. And get control back of the plane. I'm not even sure this is a runway, to be honest. Looks more like a small trail. It would be.
$500.
Pass it. On some of these, it's hard to know what the runway is. Maybe we need to do a flyover. See anything that looks like a runway. We could probably land here. Maybe we should land at the, just land on the water.
Gear is unsafe. Check gear. Gear is water landing. Gear is up for water landing. Water landing. Gear is up for water landing. Water landing. Gear is up for water landing.
500.
Water landing. Gear is up. Water landing. Gear is up for water landing. 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 Water landing. Gear is up for water landing.
Oh my goodness, you're kidding me. Whoa, wall of water. Okay, we got our rudders down. The wall of water effect is quite weird. either go away sooner or something. Now we're going down the water hill. Wow, look at that thing. The wind is so strong, I can't steer even with the rudders. There we go.
Stall.
Wow. What is this thing doing?
Stall.
It's just spinning out of control.
Stall. 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 Stall.
That's just bizarre. Something's really weird with it right now. It was just rotating around. Alright, I'll be back in a minute. So I don't know if there's some kind of bug or something. Let's see where we are. This is NZMJ. Happens if we just put it in the air. It's not going to fly, I'm pretty sure. Yep.
500.
Still don't see a runway over here.
Runway landing, gear is down for runway landing. Runway landing. Runway landing.
Is that where we were? Yeah. So let's see if we go. Okay, next stop is up here. Is this an actual runway? We may never know. Well, it looks to be barely a strip. Oh, there's no way. And there's no way on that one either. Asphalt, really? Wow, there's a tiny little runway. And then that one's. Says I'm having some internet troubles. But I don't think it's me. At least not yet. Speed test. "800 megabits per second down." Not me. Does not bode well. Yep. Like, how do you make the Whoa, 8 gig internet now available. I need to look into that. Well, we found the runway. I don't think it's... Is this the wrong... Is this where I was? I think it's marked... No, it's marked in the wrong place. Okay, that makes more sense. Really want to take off the other way, but let's see if we can get off here at all. Okay, flaps are down. if I could see. So it's spawning in with this rudder trim like crazy to the right. That's part of the problem. Okay, now that I need to remember that. The regular Kodiak 100 I don't believe does that. I haven't had any of these problems with the other Kodiak. I don't believe so, no. In general, there's very few people around except in a few very popular locations. Everything I've seen today so far has been live traffic injection. So this barely not a strip place was over here somewhere. I think I'll just fly over this one. It's way too small to land on. Heyo. The bong bong was the flap over speed warning. It was to bring up that last notch of flaps. So where do we think this place is? Somewhere right along the edge here, maybe? There's an EFB map, and I actually have it up here on the side.
500.
idea what this thing is other than just this little strip here, maybe. I think I might just land on this beach. Drive around to wherever the... Oh, come on. So the EFB map looks like this. Like, there's really nothing here. It says Big Bay Beach Strip. I'm in Austin, Texas. Yeah, of course, David, you can join. Been at it a while though. Do you want to take off from here? This is November Zulu Quebec uniform. The next place isn't much better. 1,265 feet of grass. So it's just a little strip of grass along here. I don't know if I'll be able to make that one or not. And then this one's pretty short too. But it's asphalt. Last one was up here. Here's the current route. I'm in the beta though, so you need to be on the beta. You should have seen my earlier disaster crash. Was not pretty. T. Are those airplanes? Looks like there's some airplanes on the beach up here. Yeah. Where's the runway supposed to be? Uh-oh. I'm stuck in the sand now. If I can go land to water. Oh.
Water landing. Gear is up for water landing. 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 Water landing.
Yeah, I think we're in the water. I think we're good. So are you spawning in here, David, or somewhere else? I haven't seen anything that lets you pick the color of the floats. Pick the color of the plane. Are you on the beta? Oh, that's a good question. I'm on West, US West. West USA. Yeah. And you're on the beta? Yep, should be Big Bay Beach Strip. Kind of weird. Why is there a jet here? Did you see me on the map like this? Is that, like that's you? I'm guessing. So I do see you. It does look like you just land on the beach here. I don't really have a specific strip. I was having some server trouble earlier, but it seems okay now. need to figure out the whole beta range thing because they don't have it yet. Like I'm that far down. And still like thrusting forward. And if I go like just a hair further, then I start going in reverse. Like there's no neutral. Yeah, can do. We go here, we go, I don't, oh, I see you. Did you get it? I'm trying to idle in the water. I think I just need to hit pause. So, it would show up here. If you're not getting it, it kind of sounds like you're not on the beta. I see you over there now. I guess try to invite me. Oh. Wait, there we go. See you. You have the route? I'm just gonna tick out towards C there and then go right up the coast. I didn't get the route this time. Yeah, didn't load into avionics. Oh. Picking off. The rudder problem again? I feel like we're having the rudder problem again. I respawned, didn't I? Nope, rudder's okay. is currently up. Flaps are up. I think I see traffic behind me. Yep, I see ya. It's weird that there's some weird effect down here. I think I'm just gonna try a touch and go at this strip. Whoa. So putting gear down.
Runway landing, gear is down for runway landing. Runway landing, gear is down for runway landing. Runway landing, gear is down for runway landing.
$500.
I suppose this thing is. It's not right there, is it? That's a tree. And again, I'm just going to do a touch and go because it's such a short little strip. I don't even know if I'm going to find it. So I thought it would be right here. But I guess it's got to be around the corner. Oh, that's obnoxious. There we go. Right there, I guess? I don't think that's really a runway, is it? I'm gonna give it a miss.
Gear is unsafe. Check gear. Gear is water landing. Gear is up for water landing.
Oh, it would be up here.
Runway landing, gear is down for runway landing.
Aha, there it is.
Runway landing, gear is down for runway landing. Runway landing, gear is down for runway landing.
Okay, giving it a miss though.
Runway landing, gear is down for runway landing.
Gear is unsafe, check gear. Gear is water landing, gear is up for water landing. Water landing.
Couldn't make it. Gonna give it a shot.
Water landing, gear is up for water landing. Water landing, gear is up for water landing. Water.
That's so weird. Even though you're well above the ground, you're making a ground effect. Huh.
Water landing, gear is up for water landing. Water landing, gear is up for water landing.
Take it back off.
Water landing, gear is up for water landing. 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 Water landing, gear is up for water landing.
Okay, where's
Water
our next
landing.
target here? Way around the corner. Ugh. Neal's Beach is next. Just left. Gorge River Airstrip. Let's see if autopilot will ditch me. Neal's Beach is NZ17. Left NZ Quebec Echo. Over Zulu. Just a half mile back right now. Try to get flaps all the way up. Nope. Yeah, I'm pretty sure 2020 and 2024 are not connected. only get a couple of people that come and watch the stream. David's one. You're bouncing around. Nails Beach, maybe a touch and go to because it's so short.
$500.
Where we're going is right up here. All right, David, you ready? November Zulu 17. Which way I'm supposed to look to get lined up better. Okay. Come on. Why is it not working? Uh-oh. What? My controls aren't working. No throttle, no flight stick, no nothing. Yeah, I'm completely dead. My keyboard is sort of not working either. I mean, this is obviously working. Or is it? This is not working either. How weird is that? Well, now that's working. There we go. Might make it after all. I don't know what that was. Get a yoke. Yeah. Wait, multiple issues here. Right up around here. Let's see. Runway 10 or 28. I guess we're going for 10. I see it.
Water landing. Gear is up for water landing. Gear is unsafe. Check gear.
Runway landing. Gear is down for runway landing. Runway landing. Gear is down for runway landing. Runway landing. Gear is down for runway landing. Runway landing. Gear is down for runway landing.
$500.
That is super duper short.
Runway landing. Gear is down for runway landing. Runway landing. Gear is down for runway landing. Runway landing. gear is down for runway landing. Runway landing, 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 gear is down for runway landing.
Made it.
Runway landing, gear is down for runway landing. Runway landing, gear is down for runway landing.
Not beta.
Runway landing, gear is down for runway landing.
Okay.
Runway
that's enough of
landing,
that.
gear is down for runway
Sorry.
landing.
But see, now it's doing this thing again where it doesn't want to go. That's full throttle. There we go. Come on. I don't have the brakes on. That's brakes. Something's putting the brakes on, I think is what's going on. You know what? It might be settings. Let me see. Nope, that's only propeller axis. That's brakes. Okay, everything's set up the way I think it should be. Flaps. I don't know what would be put the brakes on. Like you can see the brakes kind of go on when I take them off. If I put the parking brake on and take it off, then they stay off. I'm glad we sorted that out. I don't know what the deal is, but brakes off though. Come on. This is so ridiculous. Whoa, hey there. I thought you were in front of me. I'm taking off this direction if I can. Make it? Just barely, I think.
Gear is unsafe. Check gear. Gear is...
Shush. Next stop. Let's see, so let's turn just a little bit that way. ZHT, so let's see if we can some autopilot magic here. Flight plan anyway. Procedure, approach. Couple of Lapudo. Guess let's go here, but we'll probably short circuit to there maybe. Be at 1,800 feet. I was kind of surprised I managed to stop on those. Wasn't too bad. I'm going to try the RNAV approach into here. Is it super gusty for you too? It's like 10 knot winds with 10 knot gusts or something. I suppose we could look, but it never has it. I get out of the habit of looking because it's never there. So we got the river, we got some green fields here, and then we come into runway. How long is this runway? Huge! 1,360. I should have done Lumpdo. See the green fields there. I can't see the airport pretty slow though. So many boats. Yeah, usually I like to be able to see out over the cowling. I usually go for a pretty wide angle too. You gonna do the RNAV or just fly in? Okay, if you want, you could jump on the Discord and we can, I think you can hear me there. Okay, I'm going to... Cool, okay. I'm going to short circuit it here. I got to turn off that. What have I done? Go away. Cancel. Cancel. Oh God, I did it again. There we go. I didn't get it in time. I was hoping to just turn right and intersect it. Go autopilot. Cool here. You might be on a hold even. You might want to do direct to some next waypoint. See ya. Alright, let's do... I see the airport area. Approach. Nope. I feel like I should have been able to arm approach mode. May not let me. Yeah, no approach mode for me. Wonder why. Well, I'm gonna start slowing down.
Gear is unsafe. Check gear.
Runway landing. Gear is down for runway landing.
Need to make a button for that.
500.
Flaps are down. We are good to land. Down and just about clear of the runway here in a sec. Well, I thought I would be anyway. I'll just pull up here on the end. See you come in. Quick, camera! Oh, you're 10 nautical miles out. I thought you were right behind me. Why is it wonky? That's why. I'm bringing the camera out to follow you in. Oh. Cinematic. But you can't set a target and have it follow. So did you ever get the RNAV approach to activate, or just fly it in? Mine never came on. So now what? Yeah. It seemed to be a little buggy. I'll show you what I mean. I gotta get in a smaller plane though. It's the one with skis. Maybe I should take a helicopter there. I'll tell you what, that's what I'm gonna do first. T004. Yeah, wait till you see the approach.